Good afternoon
Good afternoon.
again. Are you ready?
We are ready.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Muller will be our next witness
Next
and the
witness.
last witness for today.
Okay, Registrar, please administer the oath or affirmation. Thank you, Mr. Muller, for coming to assist the Commission.
Please state your full names for the record.
Sorry, Johannes, Zacharias, Iman Muller.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No?
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes?
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So,
Thank you. You may be seated, Mr. Muller.
May it please you, Chairperson, I'm J.G. Salia, SC. I'm appearing on behalf of the witness, the present witness, on the instructions of Mr. Skabbert Potgieter, attorneys. My instructing attorneys are indeed also present in the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Sidia. Yes.
Mr. Muller, you are one of the two joint liquidators that have been appointed to deal with the estate of Sufambo Holdings and Sufambo Rail and Sufambo Holdings, now known as RailPro.
yes, in Sufambo Rail Leasing, we are 3 liquidators. It's Aviwe Nyamaga, Professor Mandla Matlala, and myself. And in RailPro Holdings, it's Mr. Timko and Aviwe Nyamaga.
Okay. But you are one of the
I'm one of the
co-liquidators
appointed.
involved.
I've been handling the administration.
And in regard to both these entities, although you have co-liquidators, you have, what is the state of your knowledge in regard to the investigations, where you are at the moment, and the reports that have been prepared?
As you answer, face this side,
Yes.
Mr. Muller.
Commissioner, I've been intimately involved with the day-to-day administration in both entities.
Now, you prepared a report dated the 18th of February 2020, which is headed Report to Stakeholders. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Commissioner.
Chairperson, that report appears at Bundle C1, SS4, Prosser reference 160, starting at page 161.
I'm sorry, what is the page?
It starts at 161, yes. Chair.
161, that's where it starts.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Mr. Miller, you have a look at the document that starts at page 161 of Bundle C. Is that the report you prepared?
That's the report.
And that report ends, the report itself ends at page 171.
That's correct, Chair.
And whose signature is that who signs on behalf of the joint liquidators?
That's my signature.
Now, you confirm that what is contained in this report is true and correct.
That is,
Now, Mr. Saxon, you must be aware of it because you came in yesterday as well, and you came in earlier today, not while he was testifying, but you're aware. He is a forensic investigator who did investigations into the affairs of Sufambo, but that was before it was liquidated. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that, Chair.
Now, can I ask you, did you see his report, the report that he presented to the Commission today?
No, I haven't seen it. It only came to my knowledge very recently.
But I mean, you're aware of the
I
report.
am aware of it.
Are you aware of the general conclusions that he draws?
I am aware of the general conclusion.
Now, I raise that with you, Mr. Muller, in this context. Mr. Sachs told the chairperson that in 2017, he prepared that report. He made a presentation to the Hawks on that report, and he left the report with them on the understanding that they would come back and assist him to finalize the report. I'm just putting that the context. He says, sorry, just indicate to the chairperson verbally that you understand that that's
I
the
understand.
position. Now, he says, in addition, that from the time he presented his report in 2017 up to now, a period of nearly 4 years, the Hawks never came back to him. That's his evidence, okay? I'm just placing that on record. Now, as I understand it, Mr. Mashaba, in a 10-6, or in an affidavit that he submitted to the Commission, having been directed to do so in terms of a 10-6 directive, indicated that you had laid charges against him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, when were those charges laid?
In May 2020.
And did you just indicate to the police that, look, I believe Mr. Mashaba should be charged with the following offenses, or did you give them a set of documents that justified why he should be charged?
Mr. Chairman, the background plus a comprehensive report and all the figures was detailed in that report.
As I understand it, that report was your affidavit, and annexed to that were a series of supporting documents confirming confirming why, in your view, he should be charged.
That's correct.
And who had prepared that, Chairperson? Mr. Muller?
I was assisted by Senior Counsel, Mr. Jaap Solier, to prepare the charge.
That you say was in May 2020.
That's correct.
About 8 months ago.
That's correct.
Now I ask you, have you heard anything from, with whom did you lay the charge?
With the Hawks in Pretoria at their offices.
Have you heard from them since?
Yes, we had a follow-up after the charge was laid. We had a follow-up meeting. I can't recall the date. And then early December, I visited their office again, and where I had to sign an affidavit containing all the evidence and all the information I gave them in May.
Sorry, I'm not understanding. You gave them an affidavit with supporting documents.
That's correct.
In support of why Mr. Mashaba should be charged.
That's correct.
But was it only Mr. Mashaba, or did you ask for other individuals as well?
Yes, no, there were other individuals asked for as well.
It doesn't matter. I'm just.
Yes.
But you then say you had a meeting with them. How did that meeting come about?
Mr. Chair, it was just a follow-up meeting to get more information. I was assisted by my senior counsel just to give them a more comprehensive background.
Who asked for that meeting?
It was on the request of the Hawks.
Of the Hawks?
That's correct.
They wanted more information from you?
That's correct.
Did you give them that information?
Yes, we did.
And then you say there was a meeting in December.
That's correct.
And what happened in December?
December, I think throughout they had consultations with the forensic investigator that we appointed, which was not Mr. Sachs, and they compiled a comprehensive affidavit which I then signed mid-December.
Okay. And since then, what has happened?
I haven't heard from them since.
Did you sign one affidavit in December or did you sign two? I understood you earlier on that one, you launched the complaint with the Hawks in May 2020, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the Hawks initiated a meeting because they wanted more information, and this was in December.
That's correct.
And then you have told me that the Hawks were in contact with a forensic investigator that you had used, and a comprehensive affidavit was prepared. I think you said in mid-December, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. The last affidavit I signed was in December.
Yeah, so I just want to find out whether it's one affidavit that you signed in connection with this matter in December, or is it two affidavits in December?
No, it's only one affidavit.
It's only one. Okay, all right.
And that affidavit, the Hawks assisted in compiling.
Yes, they used all the information that was given to us to compile that.
Has anybody from the National Prosecuting Authority contacted you in relation to your complaint or your complaints?
Not as far as I can recall, no.
No. Either they did or they didn't.
No, they didn't.
And between May 2020 and December 2020, when the Hawks asked for more information, had you been informed who at the Hawks would be responsible for investigating the matter?
We dealt throughout with a Colonel Trollop, so there was regular communication from our and from his side to get more information.
Yes.
And then the affidavit I signed with the Captain Salmon.
Yes. But in terms of who was in charge of the docket, as it were, or the investigation, were you told to know between May 2020 and December 2020?
The person I communicated was mostly with Colonel Trollop.
Trollop. Oh, okay. You understood him to be the investigating officer, or not necessarily?
That was the
contact person.
The communication we had was with him.
Yes. Okay, all right.
But you can't identify the person who was in overall control of the investigation from the Hawks in Pretoria?
No, I can't.
Now, you said that in December they compiled a second affidavit which included matters that had been looked at by a forensic investigator that the liquidators had appointed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, in regard to the commissioning of a forensic investigator, how did that come about?
We had to, in our investigation, we found that as a liquidator, you only have limited resources and you have access to documentation, but to have that, somebody had to go through it in detail to also create the flow of funds for us to have a condensed version on which we can make decisions going forward.
Now, you've indicated to me, and I'm just placing it on record so we know what concerns you have, that at present, and it's been ongoing for some time now, there's ongoing litigation between the liquidators and Mr. Mashaba and other persons interested in the Swafambo liquidation.
That's correct.
One of those persons is Mr. Landgrebe.
That's correct.
He is an auditor for, I think, Swafambo Rail.
That's correct.
Now, as a result, and I understand there was going to be an inquiry today in relation to the Sufambo matter.
Inquiries has been ongoing in this. We've had several inquiries in this matter.
One of the hearings was today.
There was a hearing this morning, yes.
One of the matters that was raised is that the liquidators should recuse them.
No, it was asked that the commissioner, in terms of section.
Oh, sorry, the commissioner.
There was an application issued for the commission to refuse him.
But in separate applications, Mr. Mashaba has also asked that your firm be removed as the liquidator.
Yeah, I'm appointed in my personal capacity, but he has asked for the removal of the liquidator.
So you've indicated to me that having regard to the ambit on matters that I should ask you questions, you would prefer that I stick mainly to the report.
That's correct.
That's just so as not to give fuel to either the civil litigation or give them fuel to fight you in regard to the civil litigation or in regard to challenging your authority and other matters relating to the liquidation itself.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I am going to do that, and I've given you and your counsel that assurance. So I want to concentrate mainly on the main findings you made in regard to who were the beneficiaries of the funds flowing from Sufambo.
That's correct.
And I'll just tell you, and I've already indicated to you, that what I found intriguing about this matter is when the liquidation application, and it was Sufambo which brought the application to liquidate itself, so both the Sufambo entities, is that correct?
It was a voluntary liquidation by way of a resolution.
Yes. And Mr. Mashaba, on that occasion, signed a CM 100 in regard to both Sufambo Rail and Sufambo Holdings.
That's correct.
You then submitted this report on the 18th of February 2020.
That's correct.
You've since received a new CM 100 in respect of Sufambo Rail and a new CM 100 in respect of Sufambo Holdings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Just to get one small matter out of the way, we talk about Sufambo Holdings, but it's now called RailPro Holdings. Is that not?
That's correct.
So when the documents in the CM hundreds and so on are referred to the entities, the matter in regard to what was Sufambo Holdings is now RailPro Holdings, and the matter in regard to Sufambo Rail is still Sufambo Rail.
That's correct.
Now, just to get another matter out of the way quite quickly, if you look at page 167 in the bundle in which your report is contained, the one on the right-hand side, you will see, well, if I perhaps
Did you say 167?
167, yes, Chair.
Okay. Yes, you may continue.
As you please, Chair. If you look at the page 167 is a continuation of what was started on page 166, which deals with the legal proceedings. And then the second set of items you record there is the inquiry. And you itemized the dates on which the inquiry took place. What inquiry was that?
That's it, an inquiry in terms of Section 4.1, it's a secret inquiry in terms of Section 417 and 418 of the Companies Act into the affairs of Tshwane Rail Leasing and Railpro Holdings.
Now, I see that if you look here, there were several people called whose names are mentioned as people who received money from Tshwane. One of them is Mr. Mashaba, the other is Mr. Sabelo, the other is Mr. Mabunda, and towards the bottom is Daniel Makonzi Mashela on the 24th, the second name on the 24th of February 2020.
That's correct.
And then in regard to the level or lack of cooperation, will you just tell us what was Mr. Mashaba's attitude in regard to cooperating at the inquiry?
We received no cooperation from Mr. Mashaba at all. He appeared once, the second time he came as senior counsel and insisted on a Shangaan translator. And then the third time he came was with his current attorney, where he stated that he didn't recognize the proceedings and he didn't recognize, he was prepared to.
Well, everybody, I suppose, has an opportunity to make their own lordship. They recognize what they want. We're smiling because that's exactly
It looks
what we
like
said.
it does start with recognizing, and then the recognition gets withdrawn later on. Because with the commission too, he received a Regulation 10.6 directive. He complied and filed an affidavit. But it was only after he had received a summons that he ceased to recognize processes coming from the commission. Yeah, okay.
Now, also, you point out that Bain Wheels solution is under liquidation,
That's
or
correct.
has been liquidated.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Then at 6.8, you say that you've brought an application to confirm jurisdiction against Mrs. Gomez. This is Maria Gomez, would that be correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And what was the purpose of, what did you want jurisdiction in respect of her to be confirmed for?
She's a debtor of Tshwane for money she received, and we confirmed the jurisdiction to attach her house.
And you put a figure of 40,140,000 rand on that. Is that what the house is valued at?
No, I don't know what the house is valued. I think it is in the region of 12 million.
Oh, I see. So, but your claim against her is for 40 million.
That's correct.
Yes. And you needed jurisdiction confirmed against her because she's a non-South African. She's a peregrinus in terms of law.
That's how I understand it.
All right, so I've got out of the issues that in a sense are peripheral to the matters I want to ask you about, Mr. Muller. And if I can ask you to look at paragraph 5 on page 162 of the bundle. Now, you say from the information obtained the flow of funds can be summarized as follows. At paragraph 5, do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Now, I just want to ask you, is that after the forensic investigator whom you appointed had done a forensic investigation of the flow of funds?
I think this was the flow of funds, the basic flow of funds was done by our legal team and myself.
And when he did his investigation, did he confirm
All the figures,
to a large extent what was contained?
the figures as contained in the report has been confirmed, yes.
So I asked Mr. Sachs, having done his own flow of funds investigation, and he says he came to more or less the same conclusion as you do in your report, or you came to the same conclusion as he did. And I just say this because his report is the earlier of all the reports.
That's correct.
Now, in regard to the forensic investigation, were you aware at the time you commissioned the forensic investigator that the Hawks had asked Mr. Sachs to compile a report for them based on a criminal complaint laid against individuals connected with Sofamba?
I was not aware of it at all.
And between the time you hired the forensic investigator and the time he produced his report, what was the time period?
It must be close on a year or going for a year.
And I don't want to know figures because it's not right to air this in public. You're performing a public function. Was it a report that costs a fair amount of money?
It cost a lot of money because of all the detail. We would have saved a lot of time if we had known about the Sachs report. That would have been a very good basis for what we were after.
And at the time you handed your affidavit to the Hawks, and thereafter they asked you to include what was contained in what the forensic investigator had found, or to include aspects of that. Did they tell you that, look, but we do have a forensic report here?
No, Chair, I was not told at all.
All right, so those are all the preliminary matters now. Can I just ask you, as far as now the monies, 5.1.1, you record that there are the two entities, that's RailPro Holdings, and we know that is Sofamba Holdings, and Sofamba Rail Leasing received different amounts of money. More or less, when you look at RailPro, that's Sofamba Holdings, how much did they receive if you just sort of add up those two figures?
That's just over 900 million.
And there's no need to emphasize this point, and there's no need to ask you. The first amount was received on the 5th of April 2013.
That's correct.
That was received by Holdings.
That's correct.
And the first amount received by Leasing was the 6th of December 2013.
That's correct.
So you're looking at about 8 months later. Now, can I just say to you, and I don't know if it makes a difference to you, but the contract between Sofamba and Prosa said that all payments must be made to Leasing, not to Holdings. It didn't say it mustn't be made to holdings, but in terms of the contract, all payments were to be made to Swifambo Leasing. Were you aware of that?
I was aware of that, yes.
And so when you look at it from the point of view of a liquidator, and I know this time it won't make a difference, but would that raise any concerns that a 3.5 billion rand contract requires payment to be made to entity A, and the very first payment is made to entity B? It may be a related entity. Does that raise concerns for you?
Yes, that will raise concerns.
And what's the nature of those concerns?
The entity that was paid was not a party to the contract. So,
Yes. I mean, you can't draw a link between the contract and the payment.
that's correct.
Then you deal at 5.2.2 with the payments made by these two entities.
That's correct.
Now, we've been through with Mr. Sachs the payments made by the entities and who were the beneficiaries of those payments. I don't want to go through all of them. Can I just ask you, when you look at the first name that appears under the payments list or on the payments list as 5.2.2.1, who is that?
It's Mr. Landgrebe. He is the auditor of both these companies.
And what was the amount he was paid?
30,554,000.
And this he was paid by holdings.
That's correct. That's how I have it.
And then there is a payment to Mr. Mashaba. How much is that?
1.68 million.
And then there you say there are various entities controlled by Mr. Mashaba.
That's correct.
Now, the total of 146,375,880 rand and 16 cents, does that include all the payments made by holdings, including those to Mr. Landgrebe and Mr. Mashaba?
Those are all the payments as per 0.5.2.2. So that would include Mr. Landgrebe, Mashaba, Brightwave, AM Investments. Yes, that would include that.
Then on the next page, holdings, you record that holdings made a payment to Mr. Mackenzie Mabunda. How much was that payment? How much was paid to him in that regard?
22.664 million.
And then there were 4 entities related under the control of Mr. Mabunda, as you describe it. And the payment, I take it, the total reflects the payment to Mr. Mabunda and companies under his control.
That's correct, Chairperson.
So holding made a payment of payments of 63 odd million, well, more than 63 million rand to Mr. Mabunda and his entities.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Then the next one you deal with that I'm interested in is Musa Capital. Do you know where Musa Capital fits into this?
I really haven't been able to establish that, Chair.
Okay. As I understood Mr. Sachs's evidence, it was one of the directors of Swifambo, I'm not sure it's whole, I think it's from Swifambo Leasing, who, her name is Cynthia Parrish, who was Musa Capital.
As far as ITS, it was Mrs. Cynthia Parrish and Mr. Jemison.
Yes, he is the present director, as I understand.
I think they are both American citizens.
Right. Thereafter, you deal with payments made under 5.2.8, Will you tell the chairperson what those are and who the recipients were?
Those were payments made to Similex, which is Mrs. Gomez's company, and they were paid to Nkosi Sabelo Incorporated, 31 million, and to Knowles Hussein at 10.4 million.
And that's the 400,000 that that's your claim against Mrs. Gomez.
That's correct.
I mean, that's the basis on which you said you were required to found jurisdiction.
That's correct, Chairperson.
And then at 5.2.9, there's an entity reflected there which received 500,000 rand. What is that the name of that entity?
It's Sanko, sir.
Have you investigated what that entity
No,
is?
we haven't.
And then there are other recipients of money from holdings, and they don't feature in anything that we've looked at or Mr. Sachs thought was unusual, though he's not saying the payments were justified.
Yeah, it does require further investigation.
Right. Thereafter, at 5.2.3, you deal with payments made from Swifambo Rail Leasing. So this is now leasing.
That's correct.
We're going to identify the payments. The first person you identify there is Mr. Mabunda. And that would mean in his personal capacity, what amount would he have received?
1.23 million.
Okay, and then there were entities under his control which received monies. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Now, we've come across some of these companies, but the one that I'm interested in is the one that is listed last, and that's 5.2.3.2.6, and that's Sterling Livings. See that?
Yes, I see that.
Now, Ms. Muller, I just want to say that you have presented us with an update to your report. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
Chairperson, may I have leave to hand up? It's not a very, it just effectively says this is what happened since February last year in relation to this. It doesn't change the picture, but the reason it is important in regard to this question is reflected in this. And
Okay. Thank you.
perhaps, sorry, before I do anything with this, these notes, as you call them, were compiled by yourself, Mr. Muller?
That's correct, together with the input from my legal team.
But I mean, you take responsibility
Yes,
for
I
it.
do.
Now, you confirm their correctness to the extent that you've been able to investigate and so on.
That's correct, sir.
Yes. Chairperson, I'm just wondering, because it's directly concerned with the report itself, whether we shouldn't include it as an annexure to the report at the end of the report.
I don't think we can include it as an annexure to the report, but I think what you mean is put it immediately after the report.
Immediately, and
It
call
would-
it as,
It would still be a standalone document.
Yes.
But it would be immediate
no,
after the report.
as you please.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So,
We can do
and then
that,
it
yeah.
will be headed notes on matters raised in the report.
Yeah,
As you please, Chairperson. And
Yeah,
it'll
that's
take the
fine.
numbers 171.1 to 5.
yeah, okay, that's fine.
Now, in regard to the issue of Sterling Livings, you refer to this matter on the last page of the notes, Mr. Muller, and it's at note 3.
That's correct.
You don't have to read there, but will you just tell the chairperson why this is significant, that this amount was paid, what it was paid for, and how you came to know that it's connected with Mr. Mabunda?
Sterling's Living, when we instituted action against Mr. Mabunda, Sterling's Living informed us that they concluded various agreements with Mr. Mabunda in his personal capacity. So it was paid from Shifambu, but Sterling's Living, this payment was made for kitchen cupboards in a house which we later established was registered a notarial deed of extension of a lease term in November 2014.
Now, the amount reflected here is 5 million rand.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Now, correctly or not, Sterling Livings justified.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Sorry,
Tshwane,
sorry.
I thought I had where you were, but I think
Oh, it's
I thought you went to page 3 of the notes,
no, it's still page 5, Chair.
page 5
Yes.
of the notes.
Of the notes, yes. That's where note 3 is dealing with Sterling Livings.
Hang on, I must also clarify. You said the first page of these notes would be 171.1?
171.1,
Okay,
and
then
then
it
this
goes
will be
on.
171.5.
Yeah, okay, all right. So you are on the last page.
Yes. So effectively, for the record, 171.5.
Yeah. Let me just get that right. So the property you were talking about is
Mr. Muller,
I think you might have to just
yes.
go back to that question about, I think, the property and 5 million.
So you were saying, Mr. Muller, that you uncovered this payment quite by accident because you had made a claim against Mr. Mabunda, and then it emerged that this payment, which had been made by Swifambo, had been made in respect of kitchen cupboards to his house in Waterfall Equestrian Estate in Midrand. Is that correct?
Let me start by identifying the payment you are asking me about.
Oh, sorry.
Which payment?
Sorry, Chairperson. If one goes back to the report itself, it's
Yeah.
at page 163, and it's the payment that is reflected as 5.2.3.2.6.
5.2.3.6.
0.2.6, yes. These are
Okay.
entities under the control of
5.2.
0.3.2.6.
You know, when you have got so many of these,
No.
they get confusing.
So
I've got 5.2, and then I've got.
at page 160.
Oh, what's the page number of the bundle first to make sure I'm in the
163.
163.
163, yes.
Okay. All right. And the
And then you'll see it's 5.2.3 as the big number, and it
Yeah.
says payment from Sufambo Leasing.
I can see
then
that,
to Mr.
yeah.
Mabunda. Then in the second set of entities,
Yeah.
it's the last entity, Sterling's Living.
Oh, that's. I thought that's the last one on the first set of
Oh, no, no.
yeah, okay, all right, but that's the one you're talking about.
That's the
so
one
it's
we're
a
talking
payment of 5 million rand
Yes.
paid from Swifambo Rail Leasing to Sterling's Living.
That's right.
Okay, all right. Now I know which payment you're asking
Yes.
about, then you can continue.
Now, you then try to identify what this payment was for, because it had been made by Mr. Swifambo. Would that be correct?
That's correct, Chair.
And it is in pursuance of that inquiry that you found out what the 5 million rand payment to Sterling Livings was for.
That's correct.
And what did you uncover?
This payment was made for kitchen cupboards of the property of Mr. Mabunda in Waterfall Equestrian Estate in Midrand.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I was a bit kind yesterday, Chairperson. I said it was for the kitchen. It was just, as I understand it, for the cupboards.
Yes, yes, yeah, no. Yesterday, I think we understood that it was for the kitchen.
That's what I
Yeah.
thought. So even more.
Yeah.
Now, can I just ask you in regard to, and did Sterling Livings confirm that that's what that's what they had charged and had been paid for in respect of those cupboards?
That's correct, Chair.
Now, in regard to that house, did you make any inquiries? I know it's a trust, but did you make any inquiries?
Yes, we did, Chairperson. We noticed that Mr. Mabunda and his wife Cindy Mabunda registered a notarial bond of extension of a lease term on 30 November 2014 in respect of the property. On the same day, a notarial deed of cession of the lease was also registered, wherein the lease was ceded to the Mackenzie Family Trust.
And have you been able to ascertain what the value of that house is or what the cost was?
No, we've heard numbers, but there's nothing I can confirm on the numbers. The numbers we heard was 75 million.
The house, the property itself, is it owned by Mr. Mabunda or by an entity controlled by him, or is it a rented house?
Chairperson, no, as I understand it, it's a 99-year lease.
Oh, okay, okay. All right.
But in whose name? Okay, so it looks like the lease is in the Mackenzie Family name of the Mackenzie Family Trust. But who is the owner of the property?
I don't know.
But what you do know is that the trust has a 99-year lease over that property.
That's correct.
I assume that means you haven't seen the actual lease, because otherwise you would know who the lessor is.
I will have to get advice from my counsel on that. I personally haven't seen that lease now.
Okay, no, that's fine.
All right. Now, the total amounts that were paid by Swifambo Leasing to Mr. Mabunda and his entities is how much, Mr. Muller?
17,552 million.
Okay, Mr. Sonia, I'm trying to make sure we're on the same page.
So page
Where is that
163.
reflected? Is it still 163?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Then you deal with the payments that were made to entities controlled by Mr. Mashaba. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there you list 5 entities. And what is the amount paid to them? That figure, Chairperson, appears right at the bottom of page 163.
That's 22,7 million.
And then on the following page, page 164, who is the beneficiary of the first amount reflected on that page?
Mr. Chairman, it's the Jacob Zuma Foundation,
And to what extent did it benefit?
150,000 rand.
And then you say these two sets of payments need to be investigated further, and they amount to about 727,000 rand.
That's correct.
Then you say payments made from AMCE. Now, what is AMCE?
It's AM Consulting Engineers, one of Mr. Mashaba's companies.
So these were payments that that entity made to different people.
That's correct, Chairman.
And let's look at the bigger figures there. Who's the first major beneficiary?
It's Mr. Landgrewe.
And what is the amount of the benefit he received from AMCE?
55 million.
Now, I just want to look at, if I can ask you, and I'm sorry to do this, Chairperson, but there's no other way to do it. You could go back to page 162. Now, remember there's 162.
162?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, at 5.2.2, you identified who had received monies from RailPro Holdings. The first name in that list is Mr. Landgrewe.
That's correct, Chairman.
And the amount there is 30 million rand.
That's correct, Chairman.
And then you've now told us that he, from AMCE, he received 55 odd million.
That's correct, Chairman.
Is that now a separate amount that's paid to him?
That's a separate amount.
So he's received payments of about 85 million.
That's correct.
And interestingly, on both occasions, namely payments from RailPro Holdings and payments from AMC, Mr. Landgrewe gets quite a big amount compared to Mr. Mashaba. And Mr. Mashaba on each occasion gets 1 something million. Mr. Landgrewe gets many more millions than that.
I hadn't seen that, and you're absolutely right.
Yes.
I hadn't seen it.
Yes.
And you're quite right. Yes. All right. Then we have the entities who receive benefits from, entities under the control of Mr. Mashaba who received benefits. And what is the total amount of benefits that they received?
It's 16.6 million, Chairperson.
Then you've got Siaya Rail, and you say that's associated with Mr. Mabunda. These are still payments from AMCE.
That's correct, Chairperson.
And what is the amount of that benefit?
5.999, call it 6 million, Chairperson.
Okay. And then at 5.2.4.6, there's a person who receives a benefit. Who is an entity that receives a benefit?
That's Similex, Mrs. Gomez's company.
Then the next payment is to Hover Dynamics.
That's correct.
And you've put something in brackets What is that?
As far as we could establish, that was a payment for a helicopter.
A what?
A helicopter. Chairman.
And how much was that paid? What was paid for that?
11,074 million.
And that was paid by, that was a payment made by AMCE.
That's correct.
Do you know if the helicopter was purchased or leased or?
I don't know, Mr. Chair.
And what do Hoover Dynamics do? Do they sell helicopters?
As far as I understand, that's correct.
And then there is listed at 5.2.4.8 a payment in respect of motor vehicles. What is the amount paid in respect of motor vehicles by AMCE?
8,6 million.
And then there's a payment made to Cartier Jewelers. What is that payment?
445,000.
And then you list a number of transactions that need to be investigated.
That's correct, Chairman. That's where we didn't have more details.
Then you list, you have two sets of figures or two sets of entries relating to properties. In the first, at 5.2.6, you say that these are properties acquired by Mr. Mashaba and entities under his control. And you make the point that these were acquired after the payment had been made from PRASA. I take it to Sufambo.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So you've listed under Zedecor 6 Proprietary Limited 3 properties. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
Now, before I go on with that, can I just ask you to look at the notes that you've now submitted? Because, as I understand it, all that is reflected on note 1 at page 171.1 is, note 1, which appears at 171.1 to 171.3, that you've now updated what has happened in respect of these properties. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
So there is no change in respect of the purchase of the properties, the identity of the properties. There's no change in that.
There's no change except some of the properties were sold.
Yes. They were sold by whoever the purchaser was.
That's correct.
Yes. So, and what is the link between Zedecor 6 and Mr. Mashaba?
As far as I can understand, he's one of the directors of Zedecor 6 for shareholders.
All right. And number 33, Sturdy Muse. That's the next that's the next entity that purchased the next 3 properties.
That's also one of Mr. Mashaba's companies.
Are you still looking at the notes, Mr. Sonny?
No, sorry, yes.
Yeah. Each time you move,
yes,
you move,
that.
just let us know.
I will. I know it's... I've been through it so many times, it's automatic for me, but I apologize.
Okay, so...
Okay, now...
Have you gone to page 165?
165.
Okay.
Number 33, Sturdy Muse.
Okay.
Have you got that, Mr. Muller?
I've got that.
Now, you say that is in business. What does that mean?
It's just the status of a company that it's not in annual deregistration or something like that. It is with SIPs, it's still in business.
And that company acquired 3 properties as well,
That's correct.
and those you've identified.
That's correct.
What is the total worth of the properties acquired by Mr. Mashaba through these 2 companies?
In Zetacor, it's 39 million. And in Sturdy Muse, it's 13.7 million or thereabout.
So 52 million rand in properties acquired by Mr. Mashaba after receiving payments from Prasa, after Sufambo received payments from Prasa.
No, there's a further list, Mr. Chair, of Clear Bubbles Trading on the updated notes.
Sorry.
It's quite clear.
Okay, no, before you proceed, the figure that you gave earlier on to the question, was it 52 million or 32 million?
What I did, I didn't total that up. I just totaled that up now on those 2 companies.
Yes.
But if you take all the companies that fall under the control of Mr. Mashaba, the total properties bought after that is 92.4 million.
Okay, but have you got on which page do you have that total of 92, or you just added up mentally?
I just added it up just before we started, sir.
Oh,
Because there were no totals.
but it's not on the
It's
on
not
the report.
on there. No, it's not on there.
Okay, it would help if there's
Yes.
something in writing that we
What
can
we'll
put.
do is we'll put a note
Yeah,
in, Chairperson,
yeah.
that this is what the total is.
Yeah, and also just a complete list.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I'll provide you with that.
yeah, okay.
Now, I'm a bit, well, not intrigued. I just want to make sure that I'm not misunderstanding. On page 165 of, that's your main report, SS4, right? Mr. Muller? Page 165. We've been looking at it. It's
I've got that.
5.2.6 and 5.2.7. Sorry, 5.2.6. You've got 2 blocks, 6 properties.
That's correct.
Now, in note 1, you say it consists of an update. Are there more properties in note 1 or under note 1 than there are at 5.2.6?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, would you just quickly, are you able to do it without taking up too much of time? Which are the new properties on note 1 that are not reflected at 5.2.6?
Okay. We dealt with the Zetacor properties.
Note 1 again being page 171.1, eh?
Yes, yes.
Up to
Chairperson,
page,
yes. 171.3.
yes, okay.
Okay. Then the Zetacor properties, it's those 3 properties as mentioned under 5.2.6. Then the Sturdy Muse is as mentioned in 5.2.6.
Okay.
And then there are further properties in Clear Bubbles Trading 100 Pty Limited. Those are, it's an earth in Waterkloof, 1219 Waterkloof. The valuation is 6.5 million. There's SS Kylemore of 9.5 million. That property has since been sold on the 18th of February 2020. So it was bought after 2013, but it has since been sold. It was bought for 9.5 million and sold for 12 million. And then further properties that were bought after 13 was Avras Park, Farm Fleur de Lis for 3.2 million.
But isn't there an easier way of identifying them? And I'd say this with respect to you, Mr. Muller. If you look at page 171.1, the notes, in the second block, you identified the same 3 properties that you've identified in 5.2.6, in the first block at 5.2.6 at page 165.
Can you just take me to 170?
No.
I'm on 165 and I've got
Right.
the first three properties.
You've got the first three properties.
That's
there.
correct.
Now look at page 171.1. Those are your notes.
I have, my bundle doesn't contain those
Okay,
notes.
well,
I've
just
got
look
them
at the
separate.
notes then, yes.
Okay, I've got my notes.
You'll see the first, in the second block on page 171.1, you list three properties.
That's correct.
Are they the same properties that are reflected in the first block on page 165?
That's correct, Chair.
So that we know that that block corresponds with that block.
That's correct.
Okay. If you then look at 33 Sturdy Mews, you've listed three properties there
That corresponds.
on page 171.2.
That's correct.
And that corresponds with the three properties listed in the second block on page 165.
That's correct.
Now, that means the six properties that are reflected in 5.2.6 are in those two blocks. All the other properties are not reflected.
That's correct.
Chairperson, I don't know if I'm just trying to show
Yeah, no, no.
the correspondence between the two.
Yeah, no, no. I think ultimately you.
I will do that,
you got
Chairperson,
it.
but
Yeah.
it's just that otherwise it's going to be a time-consuming exercise. It
Yes.
really is.
No, no, no.
You can just take out two blocks and say everything else is.
Yeah, no, no, that's fine. Yeah.
Can I, and I'm just going by because I've read Mr. Sachs's report. In fact, I can say I studied Mr. Sachs's report. The reason you didn't include some of the properties is you were not aware of the link between Mr. Mashaba and some of the entities which acquired these properties.
That's correct.
Like, for example, Vuyananiti properties, which appears at 171.2, the last property.
That's correct.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the only reason that they are different. You've now see that there were other entities connected with Mr. Mashaba, and you want to then say that when you are looking at 5.2.6, which reflects the properties that he acquired after receiving payment, add the properties listed in note 1.
That's correct.
All right. Now, in regard to, and Chairperson, I will do that. I have it in my head, and it's going to be an easy exercise.
Yeah, no, no, that's fine.
Then at 5. Although you call it 3.2.6, that's an error. It should be 5.2.
That must be an error.
Yes. Well, we will correct that as well, Chairperson. Now, in regard to Mr. Mabunda, in his own name, after Sufambo received payment from PRASA, he acquired certain property. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chief.
Let's start off with where you were before you compiled the notes. He and entities in which he had an interest had acquired 10 properties.
That was at the stage that I drew my report. The
Your report,
properties
yes.
I was aware of, yes.
Which properties, though, are new? I'm not looking at those that are sold.
There are two, in my notes, there are two properties in Earth Cosmos Dal, extension 55.
Well, just tell us under whose name it was bought.
That was bought under the name of Nsovo Holdings.
What page is that of your notes?
That's page 3, going over to page 4 of my notes.
Oh, okay. All right. And there are 2 properties there.
That's correct.
Okay.
Is that 171.3?
That's 171.3.
Okay.
And when you look at the properties that Mr. Mabunda acquired, forget those that were sold and so on, but just the amounts that were paid, seemingly from what PRASA had paid to Sufambo. What is the amount, the total amount in property acquisitions by Mr. Mabunda?
The total amount after the contract was 48.7 million of the properties bought.
All right, that to a large extent deals with the report, except for paragraph 10, which appears at page 169 of the report itself, of the bundle in which the report is contained, page 169.
Yes, I've got 169. What about it?
Yes, paragraph 10.
Yes.
Mr. Muller, now, as I understand it, Vossloh has been taken over by a German firm called Stadler.
It's a Swiss firm.
Oh, sorry, a Swiss firm, I beg your pardon.
Yes.
Yes. And in regard to, and they've taken over the whole of Vossloh.
That's correct.
And without revealing anything that you shouldn't, what is the present state of the dealings between you as the liquidator of Sufambo, who owes those billions to PRASA? What is the state of the negotiations or the communications between you and Stadler, without revealing anything that can be used to stymie the process or harm the process?
We're in an advanced stage of negotiating with both Stadler and PRASA in order, in terms of which Stadler has made certain propositions where they can adjust the trains to suit our local rails, where they will refurbish the unsold trains, or the locomotives, which were sold by the liquidators. They will supply spares and backup. It will be to the benefit of PRASA to the extent of over $1 billion.
But at the end of the day, PRASA, if it wants to still acquire these locomotives, is going to have to pay.
No, not as we currently stand. There are different options being pursued, like in lieu of their claim.
But whatever else, it won't be that PRASA will acquire 70 more locomotives without paying any more money. That's more or less what it had paid Vossloh in terms of its contract with Sufambo.
Well, it may be because there are negotiations.
We should,
Maybe
no.
I think
he might
yes.
not be able to answer certain things because when the negotiations are going on,
Yes.
You need to have options to,
Hold your cards to your
yeah.
chest.
So,
Yes. No,
We're
sure.
trying to negotiate a settlement which will be beneficial to PRASA.
yes, okay.
Now, finally, Mr. Muller, you might remember I said to you that Mr. Mashaba had filed new CM hundreds,
And that's correct.
and that he did in July, about 5 months after you filed your report to the stakeholders.
That's correct.
Now, how long have you been a liquidator?
This is my 37th year. Sir.
Have you had a situation in these years, and I'm saying this because I've consulted with you, have you had a situation where a second CM 100 is filed?
No, never.
And can I just to show the unusual nature, a CM10, CM 100 is actually an affidavit by the person in control of the entity to be liquidated.
It's an affidavit stating the assets and liabilities
On oath.
of the liquidated entity.
On oath. That's the
Under
point.
oath.
And so now what you've got is a new CM 100 is filed in respect of each of these entities. And if you had a look at the two sets of CM 100s,
Yes, I have.
and how do they compare with one another? Are they relatively reconcilable, or they irreconcilable?
They're totally irreconcilable. On the one hand, it's insolvent to the tune of, call it 3 billion. The other hand, it's solvent.
But anyway, that's what you are now faced with because that's what you've been given.
That's correct.
I just want to deal with, and Mr. Sachs dealt with most of these matters, but I just want to look very quickly at some of the notes that were made. And Chairperson, I'm aware that we dealt with these in some detail with Mr. Sachs, but the fact of the matter is they were handed to Mr. Muller as the liquidator, and it would be important to confirm, in fact, that that's what he'd received as part of the CM 100s.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now, can I ask you to look at the report again, and that is the one at 161 of bundle C1. That starts at 161. Okay? We can leave out the notes now because we've exhausted the notes. Is that
Okay,
correct?
that's good.
Now, can I just ask you to look at page 214.70. 0.70.
0.70.
Yes.
I've got it.
This is in regard to leasing. There doesn't seem to be much in regard to...
I see, Mr. Soni, that we will have to be careful here for purposes of the transcript, because in the document that we have paginated as pages 171.1 up to 171.5, we referred to note 1, note 2, and so on.
Yes.
But I see here at page 214.70 that there is note 1 as well, and
No,
there's
you're
note 2.
absolutely right.
So
Chairperson.
when we refer to note 1 or note 2, we've got to specify
Yes.
which one.
No, absolutely. So this will then, and we must make a conscious effort, Chairperson, of saying the notes to the CM 100.
Yes, yeah, that's fine. Failing which it will,
No,
we'll
absolutely.
just say page whatever,
Oh, yes.
without saying note 1 or
yes.
note 2,
Yeah,
because in the end it does make a difference.
No, absolutely, Chairperson.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
Ms. Muller, if we all can just be conscious of that it would be preferable for the purposes of the record to refer to page numbers. Now, at page 214.70, Mr. Mashaba, which is a note to his CM 100, Mr. Mashaba explains why he is filing a second CM 100 affidavit.
Yes, I see that.
Yes. And he says that the original document that he signed, the CM 100 that he signed, or he purported to sign, failed to completely and accurately reflect the financial information that the Companies Act requires him. You're a liquidator. How does that strike you that you don't comply with what the Companies Act requires you to do on oath?
Chair, I've got no comment on that.
Okay, and that's fair enough. Okay, then he explains that Mr. Cameron, his present attorney, I take it you've had interactions with Mr. Cameron.
Yes, I have.
All right. He says that based on advice he'd received from Mr. Cameron, they decided, or he's been advised, to submit this new one. This is something that's quite interesting. He says at paragraph 4, he says, from the new statement, it is self-evident that leasing is factually solvent.
Yes, I saw that.
Now that I take it would be part of the liquidation process and part of court applications and all that. But I'm just placing it on record that that is his contention in these liquidation proceedings.
That's correct.
And then he makes the point that the claim of Prasa, which had paid some 2.8 billion rand to Swafambo, is not reflected, as this would need to be quantified in an action which Mr. Mashaba has been advised needs to be instituted by Prasa against leasing. That's his position, and I'm not asking you to comment. I'm just saying that that's his position.
I understand.
And you understand that that is his position?
I do.
And that's why, Chairperson, if I can just make this comment, Charles Dickens said the law is an ass. Because here's a company which paid 2.8, a public company, which paid 2.8 billion rand in purportedly, if I could use that word, performing a public function. And it's told, but you don't have a claim. You must go to court and get your money back. Anyway, can I now ask you to look at note 19, page 214, page 214.108.
Can you please repeat that?
214.108.
I've got it.
Okay, now these are the claims that Mr. Mashaba says Swafambo paid when in fact the obligation to pay for forwarding charges rested on PRASA. You understand that?
I do.
These are the claims that are made by SABC,
That's
which
correct.
he says they paid, and the amount they paid was about 109 million rand to SABC. You're aware of that.
I'm aware of it.
Now, I don't want to make too much of this. I've raised it with your attorney. But there is something odd about some of the amounts reflected here. If I could just ask you to look at page 214.11. That's an invoice dated the 21st of November 2014.
Please just repeat the page.
Oh, sorry, 214.111.
Is that 110?
111.
111. Okay.
So this is an invoice rendered by Sebenza on the 21st of November 2014 to Sufambo. You see that, Ms. Muller?
I do.
Well, let's forget the fact that the contract said, and this is a fact, the contract said that PRASA is responsible for forwarding costs. These amounts on Mr. Mashaba's version, and it seems to be reasonably correct, Sufambo paid to Sebenza. Okay? And now you keep shaking your head. I need an answer.
Yes,
Now, I just want you to look at this, the claim reflected on that invoice. On the first line, you will see it says customs VAT of 7,925,489 rand 32 cents. Now, what I understood, VAT is payable on expenses you incur or goods you buy. Or am I wrong?
I'm not a tax expert, but that's how I understand.
So we've now got a line item of a claim for 8 million rand that it would appear that Sufambo simply paid to Sebenza. I don't want you to comment. I'm just pointing it out to you. And all I'd like you to say, that is what is recorded in the document.
That is what I see.
Yes. And then if you look at the next one on page 214.1.2, you'll see that a similar thing occurs where a VAT amount is reflected without any expenses being indicated, the expenses for the charges and so on. And you will see also that the VAT amount that is claimed at the bottom or the second last figure on that page, on page 214.1.1, reflects the VAT on the amounts claimed for the services rendered, plus this 320,000 rand. You see that?
Is that page 214.112?
Yes.
Yes, I see that.
Yes. And if you look, I'm just going to take one more example. If you look at 214.1.1.4, you will see again customs VAT of 1,23 million rand, and that VAT is added to the VAT for the services. You see that, Mr.
I see that.
Chairperson, I highlight that because of the concerns that have been raised about an entity which has no obligation to pay, paying these amounts. And as you can see, at least one of the amounts is R1 million. I've looked at more of them, but I merely make the point to say that that is a matter that needs further investigation. Certainly, if that's claimed from PROSA, it is a matter that PROSA would need to look at. Because they are obviously saying now, we paid on behalf of PROSA, pay us back.
We will follow that up.
Then can I ask you to look at note 20, to page 214.130. Now this is a claim that Mr. Mabunda or one of his companies made for payment of a total of 28 million rand. And Mr. Mashaba records that Mr. Mabunda did offer advice through various companies, but he was never employed by leasing, and it is not understood why he received 28 million rand from Sufambo. That's what's recorded here. That's all I'm saying. Do you see that?
Yes, I saw that.
But now that's something you can respond to, because the payments are made by Sufambo or Sufambo-related companies.
We have instituted various actions, including against Mr. Mabunda, to recover monies that was spent to him.
But the interesting thing, though, is that Mr. Mashaba appears to turn on Mr. Mabunda and says, pay this money back. Forget I can understand you have an arm's length relationship with all the beneficiaries. But
That's
Mabunda has been a beneficiary, because we've been through it, of the two entities that received money from PRASA, that's rail and leasing, holdings and leasing. And now Mr. Mashaba says he shouldn't have been paid anything.
I see.
Now, I want you then to please look at page 214.1.3. Now, you remember you said 214.1.33, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you.
You remember you said you had a claim against Mrs. Gomez for 41,400,000.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'm just alerting you to this because it is a matter that we are interested in as well. And if you look at page 214.135, that's 2 pages down, Mr. Mashaba says, this is a schedule of donations that were intended for the ANC. And the amount he reflects here is 79 odd million rand.
I see.
And if you go back to page 133, he explains how that came about. And he says that after the contract was awarded, Mr. Mashaba and Mr. Mabunda were approached by Mrs. Gomez and Attorney Sabelo, and under pressure from Mrs. Gomez and Mr. Sabelo, Mr. Mashaba, on behalf of leasing, arranged to make a donation to the ANC in an amount equal to 88 million rand. But I want to deal with what I regard as the punchline. So I want to make a donation of 88 million rand. But I will charge whoever it is a handling fee of 8 million rand. That's what he says at 3.1.
I see.
And then the amount that was paid, he says, was 79.4 million rand. Now, in fairness to the ANC and to Mr. Mashaba, he then says that Mr. Sabelo testified at the 417 inquiry and said that these amounts were not distributed to the ANC. You were at that inquiry. Is that what happened?
I can't recall the exact details. I'll have to go and double check on that, sir.
And so he says the amount owing by these two individuals is not 41.4 million, but in fact 79.4 million.
That's correct, I see that.
Well, I mean, that's what's recorded here, and you will keep that in mind, as Mr. Mashaba is saying, but that's what Sufambo paid to these people.
I'll follow that.
And then finally, well, perhaps not finally, but at page 214.149, this is another claim from, sorry, this is the main one that perhaps if I could ask you first to look at 214.150, which is the next page. This is another payment that was made to Mr. Mabunda or one of his companies, and it was for 7.2 million rand, and Mr. Mashaba says no value was obtained in respect of this payment. Sufambo wants the money back.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, but now I want you to look at note 32.
At page,
Sorry. I'm sorry, Chairperson. Page 214.149. It's the one just before. He says, subsequent to leasing concluding a subcontract agreement with Vosloo, and without the knowledge of leasing and its consent, Vosloo paid to Mr. Mabunda or his companies an amount of approximately 75 million rand. It is Mr. Mashaba's, he continues in the CM 100, says it is my contention that this amount should have been paid by Vosloo to leasing as some form of rebate, and accordingly the leasing liquidators need to recover this amount from Mr. Mabunda for his group.
Chairman, I can't see how we can have a cause of action against Vosloo not being party to that payment. I don't know how we were able to recover that money from Vosloo.
Yes. But I suppose what he's trying to demonstrate is the extent to which different people who were not entitled to benefit or produce nothing of value in respect of the contract received such benefits, and now that the company is in liquidation, he wants those monies back.
Yes, I see.
Now, those are all the aspects of the new CM 100 relating to leasing that I want to raise with you, Mr. Muller.
Yes.
Chairperson, I've raised all the matters that I wanted to raise with Mr. Muller, and I've deliberately, I did of course stray on the one occasion when you pointed out, but I did try to keep it within the confines of what Mr. Muller would be comfortable with.
Yes,
Chair.
yes,
But that's the evidence we want to lead from Mr. Muller.
yes. No, that's fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Muller. I have no reason to think your counsel wants to re-examine. Mr. Sillier?
Nothing from our side.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Muller. We appreciate that you came to assist the commission. You are now excused.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Chairperson, that is the evidence that we intended leading this week.
Yes,
We've gone through all the witnesses that we eventually thought were necessary.
yes,
We have taken note of the matters that have been raised. We may require perhaps a day or two more for PRASA, and
Yes.
depending on what happens next, it may
Yes.
be one more day, but it won't be more than that.
yes. Yeah, you may require time for some of
Those
the
investigations.
witnesses we mentioned today.
Yes.
But in terms of others that you may have lined up from the beginning, you have covered more or less all except maybe one or two.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Yeah.
And we
yeah.
just want to consider our position without giving any names at this stage. If you'll
Yes.
recall, we had the Siangena and the Swafambo contracts
Yes.
before you.
Yeah.
We just need to consider whether
Yeah.
we've exhausted all the witnesses there.
Yes. Okay, no, that's fine. It's 10 to 4. I'm going to, I think for you, that's the end of the day at the hearing. I'm supposed to hear the evidence relating to the law enforcement agency for my evening session, but it was meant to start at 5. I don't see the evidence leader around, because if he was around, we would not wait for 5, we would start
Yes.
earlier. But I'm going to adjourn. If it's possible to start before 5, we will start before 5, failing which then
As
we'll
you
start
please.
at 5. So we are going to adjourn, but I will return later for the evening session.
As you please, Chairperson.
We adjourn.
And we are excused, Chairperson, the PRASA team.
Yes, you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soni, for staying. Yeah, no. It appears that although I initially may have thought we would adjourn the hearing of the evidence relating to Mr. Yube to today, apparently, ultimately, it was adjourned to next Tuesday. So there is no evening session for today. Yes, so we'll adjourn, and tomorrow I will hear evidence relating to ESCOM, just for the benefit of the public. Yeah, one must welcome every opportunity to have only one session. Yes, we adjourn.